Hello, hello. It's been a long damn time. Well, it's good to be back. Welcome back all. Hello, Scobalts. I see you there. Good to see you again this new year. Well, it's not exactly the new year, but it is a new year. Obviously, this first stream of the new year for me. I have now returned from my long vacation and now am going to be going back to, the normal schedule. So it's good to be back. I did miss streaming as well as, I was lurking on my, YouTube studio trying to see what's going to happen to the channel when I'm just, not there for a month. And what it turns out happens is that people continue to watch my tutorials and nothing else. And that's okay. But it is funny to see my stupid high-res textures on Vroid models just continue to get views. It's consistently 5 views in the last 48 hours somehow. It's remarkably consistent growth on that video. It's ridiculous. But I do have pretty big plans for stream this year, so hopefully that will help things go off. I've already sent a message request to a possible editor on Twitter because I'd really like to start getting some highlights of old VODs or, new VODs as they come up. But specifically, I have an enormous backlog of VODs that I thought were really good streams, but I certainly don't have the patience to sit down and go through the VODs and, figure out a highlight reel. That's what money is for. You pay someone else to do it. So that's what I'm looking into now. But yeah, I did have a safe trip. It was a wonderful trip. For those who didn't know, I flew my ass to Australia to go see Stella and Socks, as well as to just, visit Melbourne. It was good. It was really good. My wife would complain slightly about the weather, but I liked the weather. I thought the weather was excellent. Oh, I forgot to start my music again. Let's get that background music going. But yeah. So today we're doing a casual chat, seeing as, I was on vacation. So there's a pretty good chunk of interesting stuff to talk about from the vacation, but also I'm going to be doing the fan.bit for Bales, or Bay, from hololive, which will complete the Hollow Promise group. These 4 plus Bay, Hollow Promise, thus completing a set, which is pretty neat. I will point out that I brilliantly timed this because Bay is the resident Australian streamer for hololive. So, get back from Australia, fan.bit the Australian. See what I did there? Brilliant. But yeah, that's the plan today. I don't have a clear plan what I'm going to do for Bay yet. But we'll figure it out. I don't know, maybe ears, key. That feels pretty obvious. But yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, I have been on vacation. Went to Australia, went to Melbourne specifically. Yeah, she is pretty asymmetrical, which I think a lot of the asymmetry is probably going to get lost in sort of simplifying or minimizing minimalist putting it into the minimalist style that I've been doing. She really is quite asymmetrical, though. We'll see. Yeah, so it was pretty exciting. This was the first time either my or my wife had been out of the country, so that was kind of a new adventure. The days of travel were some long ass days, both going there and coming back. So I mean, the last flight, so it was a total of 3 flights. Hey, Phantom Thief, how's it going? Welcome. So it was a total of 3 flights to end up in the eventual Australia. So it was like, or returning, obviously. It was like 2 domestic ones in the US, and then finally from the West Coast off to Australia. And like the final flight alone was between 14 and 15 hours. It was 14 hours coming back. It was 15 hours going there due to jet streams or whatever. And so that's a long ass flight. There's no denying that. That's a long flight. The tough part, of course, is that was preempted by 2 2.5 hour flights to go out. So it was like 2.5 hour flights, the little layovers, and then finally getting on a long ass flight. It was a long day. Being upside down, however, was great. Australia was like awesome, so much fun. Really, it was really interesting. I'll get to it more, but like the main takeaway was that it was really interesting the degree of like, I guess you'd call it cultural differences, but like these really little differences that you sort of notice the textural, like the texture of the environment, the area, like sort of these little things that end up adding up to the whole of the experience of being in a place that when you lived in a country your whole life, you really take for granted, right? So like you're used to your cultural environment. And Australia is not an enormous cultural difference from the United States. Like both English speaking, you know, both first world countries, both functioning, you know, economically, they're not that different. But even still, like, you know, there's a tremendous number of choices that have been made differently between, you know, governmental choices in how, you know, commerce is handled, what's prioritized, and all of these little things that you end up noticing and realizing that, like, the day-to-day is quite different. We'll get to that more in a moment. But first, so the travel day out there actually went pretty much flawlessly. Aside from the issue that I had a really hard time flying on the last flight, and so I only had like 4 hours of sleep landing in Australia. So that first day was pretty long day. But other than that, like, there were no issues catching any of our connections. There was one that we were nervous about going out because the connection was actually only it was only 40 minutes that was scheduled for the connection. However, the flight that we were, like, the flight immediately prior to that connection was just like a little bit late. It was like 15 or 20 minutes late. And so we were landing with pretty minimal connection time. And fortunately, when we got our flight tickets, they were all through a single airline as one continuous trip. And just as a note, I know there might be an urge for anybody doing like long flights with multiple connections like that to sort of craft your own trip because it might save you a little money. Having done this trip, I would strongly discourage you to do that because booking through a single airline gives them the opportunity to help you finish the trip if something goes wrong on their end. So like our second flight that day was was delayed a little bit because they were actually holding the plane up because somebody else or another flight of people were already had a really tight connection for that flight, and so they held it up for like 10 minutes so that they could make the flight. And similarly, if it had been further delayed, they're going to help you rebook a new flight. Because I know some people are like, well, I'm on this airline for this one and then this airline for the connection. If something gets delayed, like, you're screwed and you're on your own to fix it. So I knew we would be able to manage even if we missed that short thing because they had scheduled it. That was on them. Like, they scheduled that short connection. But even still, that ended up not being a problem at all, actually, because we literally came out of the flight before the connection. We did a quick U-turn to literally the next gate over, just walked straight onto the plane that we were going to. So I was like, thank God. Because that one was a little bit, nerve-inducing, because that was then the 15-hour flight. So it was like, boy, we've got a tight turnaround to get our ass on a really long flight. And if we miss it, who knows what we're going to do? Because that one was actually leaving, I think 10 p.m. So, that was pretty much the last flight of the day. So, if we missed that, we were, booking a hotel somewhere, which generally the airline would probably take care of, and if they didn't, we had some travel insurance to cover missed connections and blah, 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 blah. We had done our due diligence, but I really didn't want to have to deal with that headache, and we didn't. We just U-turned and, straight onto the flight. Yeah, and so the other thing that was really nice for us that turned out to be extremely worthwhile is we got what was called a premium economy flight for that last leg, and it's definitely more expensive. It was about twice the price of regular economy, but the seats and legroom was incomparable. It was definitely a good idea to not fly economy for a 15-hour flight. I can't imagine trying to sit in one of those economy seats for the whole time. It would have been nightmarish. It wasn't wonderful even in these nicer seats. But boy, first class looked nice, but boy, were those expensive. Definitely not doing that. Because doing first class would have been twice again over what we paid. So it was a price for economy, double it for premium economy, and double that again, and you've got approximately the first price tickets. And it's no. Definitely not doing that. It was very expensive, but the premium economy, definitely worth it. But yeah, the international flight was pretty interesting. I haven't done one before. Actually getting hot meal service on a plane was kind of interesting because, normal few-hour domestic flights, all they give you is little snackers and barely a drink. Although getting the premium economy is nice because they actually give you the can of soda, the whole can. I was like, yes, a drink. Thank God. But yeah, so hot meal service was pretty interesting. Actually, not terrible food. Not amazing food. Nothing to write home about. But it didn't deserve the reputation of garbage airplane food. It was okay. The meals provided on the way back from Australia were actually better. And the meals are I don't know if I'd say themed, but sourced from the country you're departing. So going there, the dinner was more typical, sort of American fare, and then coming back though, it was a meat pie. You could get a meat pie, very Australian. And so that was kind of cool, but the food coming back was a little bit better. And also it was interesting because depending on the time you leave, they actually change how mini meal services you end up getting, but not like how much overall food you got. So when we went over there, mediocre is an accurate term. However, mediocre food when you've been on a plane for 12 hours still does a tremendous job of like making you feel human again, whereas like just being stuck on a plane and then being given a tiny bag of like pretzels does very little for your like inner sense of well-being. But getting a hot meal like after 12 hours of being on a plane and like being able to eat something and then drink, like it really does a tremendous job getting you like ready to go and continue being alive. But yeah, so it was interesting because when we left on the plane, as I mentioned, we left at like 10 p.m. was when that went. And so they quickly served a dinner, like right after leaving the airport, like right after liftoff. Once you get to a safe height, blah, 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 blah. Which we didn't actually eat because we had just recently eaten dinner prior to boarding. Prior to boarding the prior plane, but that was at like a normal dinner time, and we didn't really have it in us to eat a whole extra dinner. But then they pretty much immediately did lights out, and the lights were out, and it was like assumed sleeping time for just like the rest of the flight until right before coming in for landing. So like an hour and a half before coming into Australia, then they serve a bigger breakfast. Which was contrasted by when we left Australia, because we left in the afternoon at 1 p.m. So they immediately gave us a lunch, and then maybe like 6 hours later, they actually gave us an additional light snack of like a little sandwich and some chips and stuff. And then upon like the hour and a half before landing, then they gave us a smaller breakfast. So it's like same amount of meal and food, just like spread out at different times. It was interesting to see the difference. It's not really a notable difference, but I find these things interesting, and so I'm going to subject you to them regardless. But yeah, I watched a lot of movies on the plane. Honestly, that's how I occupied my time. I watched a lot of movies. What did I watch on the way out there? I watched the Avatar Way of Water. Speaking of mediocre, that movie, super mediocre. I don't like great special effects, bang up job on like advancing CGI tech in water and shit. But goddamn, is that movie boring? It's just like it's the same movie. It's the Avatar again. The Avatar movie was already a pretty goddamn boring movie. So like making it again really didn't help it any. Very boring. I should have watched something else, but I didn't. Yeah, like that's the thing. And honestly, it's kind of similar to the first Avatar. Like they have in fact built a very cool world with very cool effects and like very cool creatures. Everything about the world is like enticing to explore, but like the storyline they tell in it right now is just so largely uninteresting that it's just like, okay, but please give me a better reason to be in the world. Which, of note, I did see that there was like a new Avatar game that came out recently that like was totally not on my radar at all, which I'll probably have to look into, because now that's a useful way to like look into the world of Pandora, because like there's a lot of interesting things there in the setting, and that just gives you the setting and not the lame ass story. So like killing it, like that's what you want. So I'll have to look into that. But overall, the stories of those movies are just not that interesting. They still make money though, so I guess they're still gonna keep happening. I watched another one, but I don't remember what it was. Must not have been that good. But yeah, so we did all that travel. on the way back, I'm just going to lump the travel discussion all at once. On the way back, pretty much the same. I slept better on the way back, which was nice. Though that has not helped me recover from the jet lag any better, because as far as I can observe, I have not gotten a chance to look. I listened to some of the music prior, but I don't know if... Actually, crap, I don't remember which one it was, but I remember one of the musics you suggested coming up into my my YouTube music like feed organically, because it was like, hey, you'll probably like this. And I was like, hey, that was suggested to me. And I don't remember which one it was, but I did remember like noticing that. I think possibly on the plane, actually. But so something I noticed about like the jet lag is that it feels to me like it was way easier to recover having gone from the east to the west. So like, you know, from US to Australia was easier to recover than going the other way. Because like going there, I just got tired earlier and then woke up early, still at like normal hours, largely because normally I'm up until like midnight to 2 a.m. So then I was getting tired at like, you know, 9 or 10 p.m. and then waking up at like 7:30 a.m., which is earlier than I want to be up, but is still like a functioning time. Like that's an okay time to get your ass out of bed. Coming back, however, and now like last night I was freaking struggling because I didn't go to sleep until 6:30 a.m. because, well, now I'm trying to shift the other way, and so now I'm just like not getting tired until way too late, and I freaking woke up this afternoon at like 2:30, and it's all a freaking mess. And this is why I took the rest of the week off of work, because good God, that would have been bad if I tried to go to the work like the very next day. That would have been an absolute disaster. So that would have been terrible. That's why I did not do that. Let me duplicate this. But that's kind of all the travel shit out of the way, I think. There was actually, no, that's not true. The one snafu that happened in travel was actually related to on the way back. And that was that when we were trying to leave Melbourne, they're freaking, like, the mechanical systems that operated their baggage systems in the airport went down. And so they literally just, like, could not effectively get luggage from, you know, the luggage check to the planes. And so that was a big pain in the ass. Boy, were lines, like, backing up, and then our plane ended up getting delayed because, like, everybody was on the plane and, like, everything was good. We could go at any time, and the baggage just hadn't got on the plane. We're like, great, we're all just hanging out. Even the pilot, you could hear the pilot was annoyed. He's like, hey, I'm back. Guess what we don't have? Frickin' baggage. He didn't say it like that, but I would have. And so we ended up leaving Australia later. But that wasn't too big a deal in the end, because it was only eating into our longest layover when we first got back to the US. Presumably it was longer so we could get through customs and all that shit. And then, you know, connect. But it was originally like 4.5 hours, and then we showed up like an hour and a half late. So we only had like 3 hours, and that was fine because we just moseyed our way through customs and then just moseyed our way to the flight. It was no problem at all. But that was pretty much the only snafu. I mean, so I flew out there via United Airlines, and I have seen them get flack online, like, for having, I don't know, a bad reputation in some capacity. But honestly, we had a pretty positive experience with United. Like, no problems, no lost bags, like, no issues whatsoever. everything was just fine. So, you know, I don't know. Anecdotally, of course, because it's just our one data point, I had no problems. So, you know, do with that what you will. All right. Now I'm going to pause briefly because I can't do 2 significant thoughts at once. And let's actually get Bay started. Now that we've covered travel, and then we'll go into, you know, actually being in Australia. Okay, first and foremost, we gotta yank the color out of the hair. And get this changed from color. Ooh, that is vibrant. Emission. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Okay, again, now. I feel like ears are an obvious choice. We have sort of a yellow side, and we have a teal side. We could potentially do something with that. I am glad to see freaking Chatbit still doing the job. It was a little bit of a, like, sit down and rely on muscle memory to get stream going again, because I haven't done it in a whole month, and I was like, oh lord, I hope I remember how to do all of this. Fortunately, everything was still set up. Everything did the thing it was supposed to with minimal fuss. So, neat. So that's certainly good. With this little guy on her hip, I don't really know how I would depict that easily. She's got a pretty significant collar, but I've sort of already used the collar trick on Fuamoko. I don't know if I'd want to really rehash that same sort of tactic. Mouse on head. Probably not going to do anything with that. Make the model upside down for the rat. You know, I could do something like that. Well, really, it's quite simple, just because, you know, I just make it right side up, and then being a 3D model, it's so easy to just flip around and stuff. That's something I could, I can easily accomplish, like when I'm showing, because I was going to do a little video, at least to share on Twitter. I guess I could do a short to show the whole set, right? Because now with this, I will have finished the set of Hollow Promise, and I could distinguish Bay by turning her upside down. 1, because Australia, 2, because chaos. You know, it works on multiple levels. But yeah, I think that's a pretty good idea. We got the tail. Got the tail bow. All right, you know what? First and foremost, I think I can be relatively confident that ears are going to be on the table. We want to do ears. So let's at least start in on that. Whoa. Loud doggo. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to try to color the ears, but we'll figure that out in a second. Okay, where are my models? I also am having to, like, rely on muscle memory for pulling up all of the Unity shit. I haven't worked on that for some time either. Okay. Yes, Doggo is quite happy to be home. That is certainly true. He is much more relaxed. Okay, let's see here. Is that Y? No, that's not Y. Not X, it is X. Okay, how do I make a rounded looking ear with the chevrons? With also not needing like 50 chevrons per ear. That's another thing about this. Oh, you know what? I should make create empty ears. Let's move this up. Let's just make some ear L. Oh, not $R. Okay. All right. Now that will be easier to work with. Let's see. So it's kind of straight, and then it bows out. So maybe 2 more. Two. Maybe make these a little smaller. That's around adjacent, I guess. How do I feel about that? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that right now. For one, it is not the correct size. So this would need to be bigger. It's also generally sort of taller. Taller than it is wide. So maybe we make this one a little pointier for the top. looks kind of like a mouse ear, I guess. I mean, the hollowness of it isn't really doing it any favors. I could put... let's see. Okay. Some ideas. Okay, so what if we add a sphere? Smaller. Let's get that nice and flat. We don't need a collider, so we remove that guy. Nope. I mean, it is vaguely ear-like. Doesn't really capture the fold in the ear necessarily. So this would be... This would need to be this color. Back to the materials. Just flat. Here, pink. Color that. Okay, that's about right. Let me see here. Now what if we like actually sort of touch on that? I mean, it kind of works. It's not brilliant, but it kind of works. This is now too wide. Okay, so then what if we duplicate this? Pull it forward a little bit. And we rotate it. Oh, you know what? I need to make these smaller. I forgot about that dimension. There we go. Okay, there we go. It's too much. Good. Well, actually, maybe it's better if I... literally rotate that the other way. No, I don't hate that. All right, once we get... Oh, hold on. Let me see. Once we get these ears sort of settled, I'll go back into talking about the trip. Okay. All right, we're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. Annoyingly, the hardest part is like mirroring across that, just like the X plane, just like flipping it when it's in pieces like this. It's a big pain in the ass, regrettably. Okay, so now we can manipulate the entire ear's size. Now that we have like the shape we want, which is extremely helpful. Can you actually just make it a little taller? Yeah. See, that's good. And we can kind of cram that bad boy in there. Nice. Okay. I gotta remember to... Oh, you know what? Actually, let's just delete this, and now let's duplicate this. Okay. And that's R. Position is negative. Oh, no. Negative. Now I gotta flip all of the individual components. You're... not good. So what, this gotta be negative. Not negative. Flip that. Flip that. Flip that. Why do you feel slightly off in comparison to the other side? Ah, we haven't rotated everything. Trust the system. Oop. It's gonna be negative. And that's gonna be negative. There we go. Now the inside's gone correct. Yeah. Love Neon Rainbow. You missed it. That's still the opening song. What's happened here? Why is this? This is what, plus 180? There we go. Not, wait, that's not quite right. What? Oh, because 180 is not exactly what I want. That's why. Okay, so this is 166.252, which means that is 14 off of 180. And so do we actually want 194? No. Is that just 14? Yes, it is. But it's not actually 14, it's 13.75. 13.75. Close enough. Hey, if we can find our way to base monetization, we can have our dancing emotes back. We just, you know, don't have it right now. Tragic, I know, but, you know, sacrifices must be made to move to YouTube. Do those look approximately like mouse ears? How are we looking? Huh? Move my head. I mean, yeah, actually they're on the right track. On the right track. I'll need to grab this red again. Do I have black? Where's my black? Oh, right. She actually has black in her hair. What sort of black? God, it's so much less black than my black. Good grief. Why are you like this? Okay, so we need another flat color. No reflections. It's pretty dark still. Oh, rim light. We don't want that either. Hair. Gray. Okay. Ears. All right. Now, back to the trip. So once we landed, Socks of Stella and Socks, for many who know, friend of the channel, they stream on Twitch. Well, Stella streams on Twitch. Socks lurks in the background. Because Socks is a big baby. Doesn't want to stream. What a wiener. Socks came and picked us up from the airport. Then we stayed with them for a few days, sort of as the recovery time from jet lag, as well as I didn't want to deal with like ensuring I had booked the hotel for like the exact day we landed and jumping through those hoops. So I was just like, nah, man, we're gonna stay with you for a few days and then we'll go to the hotel. And so we did. So we stayed with them. That was fun. Good time. Then we went to the hotel. We had a whole apartment style hotel, an apart hotel, as they apparently call them in Australia, where we would normally call them condos, I guess. Condo style. They're like apart hotels. Full kitchen, bedroom, laundry facilities, all that good stuff. Hotel was nice. The location of the hotel was like exactly what we would have wanted. It was perfect because it was on one of the main roads with like just a ton of different tram lines. So their primary city public transit in Melbourne is trams. For most of the downtown and near downtown areas are trams, not buses. There are some buses, but they're primarily trams. And then as you get further out, you have to go into using trains. It's like trains for far out, then they come in, then you get on trams, and for some of the weird places, it's buses, but mainly trams. So there were just like a huge number of tram lines that went right by our hotel, and it was like 4 or 5 bus stop or tram stops to just get to downtown. Interestingly enough, they don't call downtown. When I first asked them about downtown, they were like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, what do you call it? So apparently they call it the CBD, which I think is the city business district. That's downtown. And so we were very close to the CBD. And so that was So while we were staying at the hotel, which we stayed at for like 18 nights, that was the main time when we were spending most of our time in downtown. So we would just, go to the CBD, do stuff, and then, just tram back to the hotel. I will say the way they operate their tram, like how your passes work for trams and buses, were like really kind of convoluted and confusing. And I think it might work better if you were using an app rather than having just like bought a tram pass, which they call the Mikeys, MYKI, Mikey. I have no idea what that stands for, why it's called that, what it means. I don't know if it's short for like my key to transit or what. I don't know. But they're called Mikeys. Cause they do this weird like pass on and then or tap on, tap off system. We never tapped off because we didn't know what the hell was going on. But hypothetically, it's cheaper if you tap on and then properly tap off at the end of your trip, because it like, I don't know if it initially like charges the card for like the full $5 is what like a base trip is, which feels expensive, except all of the transit within the CBD is just free. You don't have to tap on at all. You just can use the trams in the CBD. But also there's like a cap that it doesn't exceed like $10.80 for a whole day. So like if you're going several places, it caps out. But like there's allegedly a way that like if you're going only a short distance, you tap on and then you tap off when you get off, and it's hypothetically not the full cost. But I didn't really understand how to get it to work, because like you tap on and then it's a full price immediately, and I'm like, I don't know, is tapping off just gonna like charge it again? Because like, I don't know, it was weird. I didn't worry about it. I just tapped on and then just rode with it. Like, it's fine. It's fine. We might have spent a few dollars more in transit, but whatever. Whatever. It was confusing. I missed the Chicago style, because that's the transit system that I was most familiar with. I missed to just like tap to go. If you're doing something else within like 2 hours, it's cheaper transfer fee. And also I like the fact that with Chicago, you can pass back a pass, so you only have to buy one. Then if you have people coming with you, you can like double tap to be you and a person with you. And you can do that several times on a single pass, which I wish the Mikeys could do, because we had to get 2 of them for us when we really could have been fine with just one if we were able to pass back, but you're not able to pass back, and blah, 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 blah. But, transit things aside, it's fine. That was, I guess on the subject of transit, that's one of the big differences that I really liked, because transit was like clearly an emphasis of how the city was handled and constructed, and I really wish more US cities would put that degree of emphasis on public transit, because like, you definitely don't need a car. It certainly helps to make things more convenient, but the degree to which trams are available is impressive, and the distance at which the same public transit system of trains goes outside of the city was like mind-boggling, actually. Because I mean, we would drive like 40 minutes out of the city. It was like one of the first things we did. We went to a like conservation zoo. It's just essentially a zoo, but like specifically of native Australian animals, and its emphasis is on conservation and all of that stuff. And it was further outside the city, and so we went there. But like, I'm pretty sure you could have more or less trained and then bussed to that zoo, and it was like 45 minutes out of the city. I was like, I can't believe there's still bus stops there. I see a bus stop in what seems like a different town miles out of the city, and it was wild to see that. So like that was the first big sort of what I'd call like a textural difference of the culture, was just like public transit. It's a real thing. And in the US, it ain't. Like you gotta have your car in the US. There's just like no way around it. There's only a few holdouts, right? Chicago, New York, San Francisco probably. I haven't been there, maybe Seattle, but like there's a few places with meaningful public transit. And even that though is not as good. It's like you're relatively limited in where that will get you. But freaking Melbourne, nah man, your ass can get anywhere with public transit. And in fact, many of the times it did. So that was really cool. But on the subject of what I mentioned, the conservation zoo was like the first sort of attraction, touristy place that we went to, and it was really fun. You know, we got to see all of the native wildlife and shit. But we also were there at the right time. We got to see a bird show. We would typically consider it like, in the US, I think of like a falconer who does falcon swooping and bird stuff. But these were, resident birds that weren't, well, one of them was doing some hunting. It was like a wedge-tail eagle, I think, is like they're one of their native raptors. It's very cool. But one of the things they have are like shit tons of parrots. There's parrots everywhere. And so they just have like a ton of native species of parrots. So they brought them out and what else and blah, blah, blah. It was kind of cool though, because they were talking about the birds and how they take care of them and how they train with the birds and teach the birds. But like one of the main things that they teach the birds is essentially like, I mean, it's sort of like a handshake, because they like ask them for their foot. And the purpose of that is apparently like it's the I agree to work sort of thing. It's like the birds get the opportunity to just be like, I don't feel like doing what you're asking right now, and they can just F off. And like they respect that. I mean, it's a conservation place. They're not freaking circus animals. So like the main thing is they teach them that, so it's like it shows that they're comfortable to continue doing things, whether it be the like day's work of showing the guests like the animals, but also it's for helping them like check up on them medically. So like they teach them to spread their wings and like turn around, and so they can like visually check them for any problems. And so like before they do any of that stuff, they're always like, shake on it essentially, like, give me a hand. And if they do, then they're like, okay, we can carry on with whatever they're asking them to do. Like, okay, open your wings, let me, look around, do this, do that, whatever. But if they're just like, nah, I don't want to give you my foot, they'll just come back like half hour later to see if they're in a more agreeable mood to do what they need them to do. And I thought that was really cool. They just showed them, doing various stuff. But yeah, like lots of parrots, wedge-tail eagle, doing, swoops and shit on the stage area, amphitheater, whatever. Yeah, so like, kangaroos, wallabies, koalas and such. Tasmanian devils, they were there. Tasmanian devils, I guess, are like have a really hard time reproducing, or specifically in captivity, or they were endangered or something. I don't quite remember, but they're apparently have started having more success, like getting them to breed and have kids in captivity. Like that zoo had a sign that was like they were part of a network of zoos trying to like help rebuild the Tasmanian devil populations, and like I guess they had successfully like had 205 births or something that they had contributed, which, you know, that's cool. So that was neat. Yeah. See, I think that's pretty cool that's becoming more common, of like figuring out a way to more two-way communication with animals to sort of maintain the degree of autonomy for them, which I think is, I mean, honestly, that's better for everyone. Like you're a lot less likely to end up getting kicked by a horse, you know, when they have agreed to be like, yeah, we're all here on the same page, we're doing a thing, and like rather than just being like, it's time to freaking get groomed, you dumb horse, and then they're so unhappy that they end up mule kicking you in the crotch. Like nobody wants that. The horse might want that, but nobody wants that. So yeah, that was really fun. It was very cool. So one of the other interesting things, so one of the first places we went actually when we got there was just to go get some like food and shit. So we went to what they call the shops. So the shops are essentially malls, like American malls for all practical purposes. And I was immediately amazed, for one, like the number of people there, because American malls are like dead. They are corpses, for all intents and purposes. But like everybody goes to the freaking shops over there. And I was like, what the heck? Why is this so different? And I think I realized the main difference. One, there's way more of them in way more convenient locations. But two, the shops have grocery stores. And I had never really thought about it, but like American malls don't have grocery stores in them. At least I've never seen one. And so like there's no really meaningful reason to go there on a regular basis aside from like pure commercialism of like, I'm gonna go to the mall and buy shit, which nobody cares to do anymore. Everybody goes online or whatever. But over there, like, it's really vibrant at the shops because it's like you've got a couple grocery stores there, so you could just go there to get all of the things you need. You can get your groceries, you can freaking go. There's food places like right there. I mean, pharmacies, everything you could need is at these shops, and it's really like a one-stop place to get all of the stuff you need, which I thought was pretty neat. Mostly just like a very notable difference between the US and there. Yeah, the shops that were nearest us had two grocery stores. There's two main grocery stores over there. There's the Kohl's and the what the heck was the other one? Shoot. Hold on. I gotta remember. Grocery stores. No, not Woolworths. That's the other one. Woolworths, which was called Woolies. Kohl's and Woolies. As well as Aldi around, but Aldi kind of functions differently. Similar to how it does in the US. It's not quite a full-blown grocery store so much. But yeah, so like not only were there two grocery stores there, but there's also like an Asian like market. So all of the Asian stuff that you would expect, like Asian vegetables and fruits, some fish, seafood and stuff. So like 3 meaningful options to go to in a single shopping center just to get groceries. But, you know, then there's also everything else there. It was really cool, and I was like, man, I wish ours was more like that. But I will say, one of the other weird things, not weird things, I guess I would say desirable things that sadly America is not like. I guess they have somehow managed to avoid the pitfall of allowing like megacorps to just monopolize and destroy everything. I don't know exactly how. They don't have a Walmart, essentially. I don't know if it was like regulatory or if it was simply like this, the nature of the shops and things help sort of ward off the desirability of one like superstore, so to speak. But there's no Walmart. No Timmy's. I don't know if you're referring to a specific store or if you're just saying the Australian version of Walmart would be a Timmy's, Wally's and Timmy's. But like they avoided that, which means it's actually, I actually had a huge, a very difficult time finding a specific thing. Oh, Tim Horton? No, definitely not. You know what? That's actually a good note. I will come back. Yeah, Tim Hortons. Definitely no Tim Hortons. I will come back to the coffee culture. I'll come back to that. That's a huge thing over there. Huge thing. Yeah, Canadian, Tim Hortons. Makes sense. So yeah, I had a hard time finding anything specific because of how densely packed like shop stuff was. So outside of the shops, there's a bunch of stuff at the shops. Outside of the shops, the other way that you can find stuff is like strips on streets, like certain streets that are just heavy commercial, like commercial / restaurant areas. And like, I had a hell of a time trying to just like Google and find a place, which is how I would accomplish anything in the US. I'd be like, okay, what do we need to look for? What are we trying to find? I found some stuff on Google. Now we can go do that. Like, it's so densely packed in Melbourne. I had a really hard time actually finding anything. Because like you'd search something and you'd look at this strip and you'd see some. Like, if you were looking for just like food, like restaurants, and you'd see some. But then you'd like zoom in, and you'd realize that there were like 4 more between those that they couldn't show because they're just smaller places. And then you like zoom in again, and you're like, wait, there's more there? And so we ended up essentially like, okay, there's a commercial area. I guess we'll just tram our happy asses over there and just walk until we find something, because that was like the only way that we could find anything, was just go there and use your eyeballs and see what you can find. It was very strange. I will say it's much better than the US tactic. I wish like we had areas that were as vibrant with like small shops. Like, they're just bunches of small shops owned by smaller groups. Like, the very few of them are huge chain bullshit. Like, they're just mostly individual shops, or maybe they have a couple branches, but it's really mostly the one. So that was really cool, and I wish America was more like that, because I am sad that all of our main choices are just megacorps that have 50,000, different shops across the country and stuff. Very tragic and dystopian. But coffee is a big deal. They love them some coffee. However, the problem is they love them European coffee, or European style coffee, I guess I'd say, like espresso. Like, all of their stuff is real coffee, if you will. I don't know what the definition of real coffee is anymore. I don't really drink coffee, but it drove my wife up the wall because like everything was espresso based. They don't just have iced coffee. You can't get iced coffee. You have to jump through hoops to figure out what they want, like what they're offering. So like, one, obviously there's no drip coffee, so you got to go through the like, okay, I would like an Americano, I guess, which is the, espresso with water, which makes it approximately American coffee, but not really quite that, quite right. But the thing is like to get it cold, then you have to jump through different hoops where it's like, essentially if you find places that do cold brew, they use like a bottle of cold brew concentrate that was drip cold brew, but it's like more condensed. So then you have like water, and you just add some of this. So essentially, it's cold espresso added to water. It's like a cold Americano in a sense. Like it's weird. So then you're like, maybe it's like a iced long black at some places. That's another thing that it could be. Coffee was weird. The weirdest thing though, they don't use cream for coffee. It's only milk. They don't use cream. There's no cream. There's no half and half. There's no creamers. None of that shit. Like, that was the greatest challenge of all, was trying to find half and half for my wife to drink coffee, which we never found. We eventually just had to get actual cream. A lot of people do use milk. But I mean, the thing about, a lot of people also use half and half or cream. But like, if you go to the store in the US, and I imagine Canada is similar, like in the dairy section, there's like a section for cream, half and half, and then there's also another one of like flavored creamers, either refrigerated or not. Like, there's just stuff to put in coffee. Like, that's a thing we do. Put stuff in coffee. They don't. You know what they do have, though, which was, like, mind-boggling to see so many selections of, and no selections of a half and half, was thickened cream. Like, pre-thickened cream. It's not whipped cream. It's not, like, it's like half-thickened cream. It was weird. And there's, like, more than one choice. They're, like, all over the place. So you go to the dairy section, it's like milk. Like, full heavy cream, way over here, a little bit stuffed into a corner, but then thickened cream. Would you like your cream thick for some reason? It's here. I think that's used predominantly for, like, curries and, like, Indian food. Like, it makes it easier to make those sauces and stuff, I guess? But I was like, why are there so many? Why don't you just use cream? Like, I don't understand. Why is it easier to find thickened goober cream than, like, just cream? It was very strange. The dairy and like coffee scene was strange. So another aspect of the cafes specifically that was interesting to me, and another thing, so another impact of, like, not horrific work culture over in Australia, which, one, I would say that, like, generally workers over there are treated way better, they're paid way better, and the laws protect them way more. So we didn't interact with, like, any, like, visibly depressed people. Like, you know how in the US you go into Walmart and everybody working there seems like they'd kind of rather be dead? Not the case over there. They're just, things seem to be going better for the workers. Some of the reasons for that, interestingly enough, on the weekends, food places add a small surcharge on the weekends because they're required to pay their workers more on the weekends. So they pass that on to the customer. I was like, you know what? Gladly pay that. Obviously, that's helped being offset because you don't pay tips. So the tips are not a thing you do. So, like, They get paid more on weekends, so you pay a little more on weekends, A-okay. And they get paid more on holidays, so you pay more on holidays as well, even more than on the weekends. It's like a 15% surcharge in a lot of places, 10 to 15. Totally reasonable, I think. I would rather have that than our shitty tip system. But another interesting thing, that is correct, Johanne Ansen Arenier. Welcome. You are a new face. How are you doing? We're just here talking about my a competitive excursion. In what way? Let me see here. Also, how did you come across me, eh? Did you see me on Twitter? Have you been lurking? Explain yourself. Ever so slightly, at least. But, side note, we're talking about a recent trip to Australia. Okay, what was I saying? If you want to reach out to me, Anson, I should have my Twitter link. Add me on Twitter. Send me a message. So another, right. Work culture. So another thing that they seem to get the benefit of is that they seem to try to limit work hours, which I will say was extremely annoying to me as a customer and visitor. So a lot of places seem to be only open for about a single shift. So like coffee places closed at like 3 p.m. None of this 24-hour shit. Like all of it like closed at 3 p.m. for any cafe. So like if you had to get your ass out of bed, there's no lazing about until like past lunch to go out. Because if you wanted a coffee, you got to get there. Similar for a lot of like dinner places didn't open up until evening, so there's like one shift. It was also very annoying to try to find any sort of like dessert place that was open late, because there were like 3 times stuff closed. Everything that was open in the morning closed at 3. Everything that opened up for like lunch closed at 5. And then there were some things that were open up for like dinner, and then they could be open till like 10 or 11 or 9. And I was like, why is this so hard? It was incredibly not nighttime friendly, which I gotta say, very surprising considering the fact that, the sun over there is like a deadly laser during the day. Like, Australian sun is, in fact, a different breed of sun, because you know how we had that whole hole in the ozone layer thing happen in like the 90s? Well, it's not totally fixed, and it's definitely over Australia. So the UV index over there is like super high. You get your ass burned real friggin' quick. Like, they do not sell SPF sunscreens below 50. 50 is the only option. You gotta protect your ass. Which is remarkable to me that they don't do stuff more at night. But they don't. And that was unfortunate. Yeah, and your subject of summer break, like, it's a thing. There were so many places that were like, on one of the later days, me and Sox were trying to, so I was back at Stella and Sox's place towards the end, so like we checked out a few days before our flight, went to stay with them, and so they could get us to the airport easily. And so we were gonna like I demand baked goods because they have a lot of bakeries and cafes. I mentioned the cafes and the coffees. It's a big thing. There's cafes everywhere. But again, they close at 3, so deal with it. But like we were trying to find a bakery because there are a lot of bakeries, some of them with cafes, to get like some nice. We ended up getting some cruffins, which is apparently croissant muffins, cruffins and some tarts and stuff. But like, we had to walk past 2 bakeries that were closed for the holidays. Not the holidays, but like summer break, because it was past the holidays at that point. It was like the freaking 7th or something. And I was like 2 bakeries were closed. We had to go all the way to like a 3rd one. We walked like, I don't know, like a mile essentially to get our asses to a bakery. I was like, everything is closed. Why? But yeah, the whole summer break thing, absolutely a thing. They just F off for periods of time, which I honestly, like, as inconvenient as it occasionally was, I was like, man, I sure wish that our workers could get treated better like this. Like that, it sucks that that's, you know, such a foreign concept. They did fireworks for the new year. So essentially the whole city, like Melbourne proper, did fireworks in the CBD. And we were fortunate enough. So our hotel had a rooftop pool and like lounge area. And so we, a few days before, we were trying to figure out what we were going to do for New Year's Day, or New Year's Eve, I should say, New Year's night, whatever you want to call it. And so we found that the city was doing stuff. So there were like 4 sort of designated viewing areas in the city. So like parks that also had like DJs and stuff for the festivities for the whole night. But, you know, we're all old and we don't really want to go put up with a bunch of freaking drunken yahoos in a park. So, we checked in with our hotel and we were like, hey, you know, the rooftop normally closes at 10 p.m. Is it going to be open for New Year's as, you know, special thing? And oh yeah, you bet it was. So we were able to actually go up to our hotel rooftop. So we had Sox and Stella come to us, go up to the rooftop pool and stuff to watch fireworks over the city. They also did a whole laser lights show along with the fireworks and all of that. So it was very cool. It was a very good New Year's night. We played some board games in the hotel room, then we popped up to the roof when it was almost time, hung out there. And then immediately after, we went and hopped in the rooftop sauna for some New Year's sauna time, which was very nice. So yeah, that's what we did on New Year's Day. It was very nice. But yeah, fireworks, laser show. They had like fireworks kind of throughout the various places in the city as well, because like that was the CBD that did that. And each like different, we would often call them townships, like the suburbs, if you will. Like they call them councils. Like a council is an area that's like sort of part of Melbourne, but sort of like partially self-governing whatever. So, you know, some of the other councils did their own fireworks here and there and, you know, whatnot. So you could look over the city in various directions and see like little fireworks here, little fireworks there, but then the city fireworks nearby us. It was a good time. New Year's was good. All right. Now, enough about that. Let's continue work on fan.bit Bay. How long have I even been streaming? Dear God, is it almost 2 hours already? Okay, well. Oh no, not quite. Hour and a half. That time is long because I started OBS early. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't know how long it's going to be today, because I really should be more tired than I am, what with the jet lag and stuff, but... Also of note, next plans, I'll mention it again at the end of stream, of course, but my next plan will be on Saturday, which will be the next stream. I plan to play Cursed Halo. That's what we're doing next, Cursed Halo, which should be a great time. I know very little about Cursed Halo, aside from the fact that I watched, like, somebody play 3 minutes of it to try to just... I noticed they were doing that, so I was like, ooh, I should look into that, and it was, like, hilarious. It looked very amusing. And so, yes, Cursed Halo. So it's a mod for Halo, which, as far as I can tell, just makes it wonky and weird. The brief moment, that I saw had, like, a bent shotgun, so you had to, like, shoot to the side. Oh, Anson. No, so these are not future models. They are, in fact, additions to this model. So you'll see, these are what I call fan bits, because they are, you know, notable VTubers. These are all hololive ones here that I have minimized into sort of my model style. Hold on, I think I've got them. Oh, hold on. Let me mosey over to the other side here. So you can see here I have... Where are they? Here they are. Oh, I haven't added some of the new ones. So, like, here you can see I've got, like, these little guys. So this is Aki. Beep, 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 beep. And then, like, I've got one for Fuumoko. They got little particles. This one's a friend of the channel, Moo. This was the first one I made. Boop, boop, boop. So, yeah. And you can see over here, I do have a Mume one here. I have not added these. They are actually added to my hand. I just have not set up a command to pull them up. Let me pull up Mume, because I've got in here the particle system doesn't run automatically. So there's, you can see that's Mume there. I gave her the runes. Do I still have... Let's see. Did I get rid of that image already? Oh, I think I did. I shouldn't have done that, because I actually need that. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can fish it out of the recycling bin. There's Aki. I need Mume and Iris back. Restore! Let me show the image that I had based that on. Here we go. Yeah. It's got... Oop, hold on. So this... Come here, Mume, you're popping off screen. So you can see I had pulled the runes from that little corner to sort of follow up here. Where did you go? There you are. You know, I pulled the sword down here, and then I just made the feathers. Obviously. Hey, come here, you. There. Feathers from the head. So, try to grab, like, you know, a few of the notable features for each of the little fan bits that I make. They've been a fun little addition that I've been sort of spending time as an art project, if you will. All right, back to the other side. Ah, I like this song. It's a good one. Okay. Not now, Mume. We're working on Bay. I gotta stop these. You're in my way. I don't actually know what particle system I'm going to use for Bay yet. I'm not totally sure. But at the moment, I guess we kind of need to finish the coloring for these ears, actually. Oh, yeah, you can see my model down there on the side. All right, so I guess these are going to need to be the red, and I'm going to need probably the full set of 4 pulses to finish them out. Additionally, I think I probably want to switch which chevrons these are. Back to the FBX models. So I think we want the larger ones so that we can see the lines better, because those lines are pretty small. So let's grab all these guys and just update the chevron here. So that thickens up the outlines a little bit, so they'll be a little more apparent. Okay, back to the materials now. Bay. Okay, so rather than brown pulse, we need pulse red. One. I wish there was a way for me to change all of these names simultaneously. Red. Red. Okay. Did I lose my... I did. Oh, wait. I can pull the red from this. Thank you. Red. There. Oh, shoot. Oh, you know what? Also, I need to darken this a little. Base color needs to be lower. Forgot for a moment how to do this. It's really what I get for taking a whole vacation for a freaking month. You really forget how to do half the shit you do. Oh well. I am not looking forward to going back to work next week. I am not going to remember at all how to do my job. It's going to be a serious crisis. I will have no one to blame but myself. Oh, you know what? I'm going to have to snap that real quick. If I remember correctly, I can't actually copy-paste into the... the emission. No, I cannot. It's so goddamn rude. Okay, what is it? 213, 30, 21. Three, 30, 21. That add a swatch. Add that. Ooh, that's quicker. Aha. That's how it's done. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. All right, now. Let's see, how do I want to? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Was that 3 or 4? Did I grab 4 there? 4. 1. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Yep, okay. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. let's pull this emission color down just a scotch. All right. Them's ears. So something that I can do, sort of now that I have these, I could add the little trap on the ear. I don't know if it's worthwhile. It would require quite a few little pieces to make that happen properly. Specifically, because I don't really have a good box. So like this little guy would have to be made out of cylinders, which is kind of a pain in the ass to make all of those out of cylinders. You know, I kind of feel like maybe the particle system would be best served to emit these sort of teal and yellow colors, because I don't really have any other avenue to add those, and they seem particularly valuable. So I could just kind of do a cascade, sort of, down the sides of those teal and yellow. I do like the idea of adding the key. So maybe I will do that as the next thing. So I'm not totally sure. The spiked collar is really notable. I kind of feel like I need to make the spiked collar. The only reason that I don't like the spiked collar is because I've already done collars for like Fuamoko. But maybe that just means that I need to go back. Hey, Stella. I was just recently talking about I know you've done it again. But that, you know what? You should just own it at this point, honestly. There's the Stella. So, like, I've already done the collars, but maybe this is a better application of the collars. Because this is, like, just a more significant collar than Fuamoko's. And maybe I just come back and revisit Fuamoko when I do more of that gen. Like, as I build more of that generation, maybe I'll just revisit this. And instead, maybe we'll, like, build off this to make her spiked collar. And then the key. What that does mean, of course, is that I actually have a collar to copy-paste. Yeah, Stella's gonna come freaking visit us sometime. Or so help me. Next up. Empty, paste. Oh, it's huge. Oh, yeah, you remember I was, I mentioned it. Let me shrinky-dink these. I mentioned it while I was over there. I asked if you'd seen the fan bits. These are the fan bits that I've been working on. So this one is Moo, a new friend of the channel. Here, I feel like I gotta go through and grab the particle systems to make them make actual sense. Mushroom bit. There we go. There's a little mushroom. Like that's Moo. That's one of them. So this is this one is Aki. Where's the other one? There. Yeah, see? So we've got Aki. This one's Fuamoko. Yeah, I might do something with intertwine, because I was really disappointed that I couldn't get Fuamoko mashed together somehow to like make it more like a clear single entity, because they're together, they're twinned. So like these guys move around together, but intertwining the collars isn't a bad idea. Something like that. I'll revisit Fuumoco. I think I can do better on Fuumoco than I did. I will say though that I was really pleased with their. You know what? Actually, what I should do, I'm just gonna run the scene. I should just run the scene, and then we can see all of the. Not animator. All of the. I was really proud of the particle system I made for them, though, because it amuses me greatly. They are the Bow-Bows. So here you can see this properly running. Here, you know what? Let me... I need the examples. Let me pull up all of the examples. Images that I had used. Okay, so where's Aki? Right, so this is the Aki example. So my big dumb head is in the way. Hold on. All right, so that was Aki, right? They connect. He's sparkly. And then now we're on English. Fuumoco. So I guess they don't have a combined image. So this one's Fuumoco, the left doggo. And then English. I don't like the way their site is set up. And so then this is Makoko, the right one, the pink and blue. Then we got this one over here. This one is Fauna. So this one's Fauna. That one. You can't quite see all the details that I had attached. So like this is supposed to be her braid that she's got right here. I'm not quite zoomed in close enough, but you get the idea. I tell you what, these roses took me so much longer than I should have put time into, but I was just like, I was dedicated at that point. These are supposed to be like little minimized, minimal versions in my style, and I end up like putting so much goddamn effort in that I'm like, well, here we are again. Crony. This one, you know what? This one turned out great. I'm really happy with the way this one came about. Also, you know, I'm pleased with the way the clock hands came together. Very convincing. This one over here. This one is Iris. Right? That one works nicely as well. This one was like, I saw it and I was like, I know what I need to do for this. Like this one was probably the easiest conversion for me, because there's these like crystal shapes as wings, which crystal shapes I am like all over. Just like easy to do for me. And she has the little sparkles over her head, which are like sort of clearly just straight up looking like particles for my purposes. This one was piece of cake. I loved it. And then this one is Mume. Mume was a real challenge just because these are the ones, so this type of model I have had the hardest time converting to my style because it's a lot of browns. They're like browns, and their detail often comes in little details and like a lot of sort of costuming more than like clear standout pieces that I can, like, grab and make statement pieces in my minimized sort of, yeah, organic shapes. That stuff is, like, very difficult for me to pull into my model style. And so you can see this guy's got, you can't see it too well, this guy's got the little, like, rune glyphs off to the side that turned into these. And then, you know, the knife, which, honestly, I'm quite pleased with the way the knife worked out. I could potentially add the lantern, but the way that I've kind of been working on it has been, like, two statement pieces and a particle system has kind of been the way I've been doing it. So she's got the feathers, the blade, and the particles. And so this one's the horns, the wings, the particles. The bow, the chain, the clock particle. You know, roses, braid, particles. So, like, you know, just been keeping it somewhat minimal. Of note, of course, so I have a new daily channel point. So you can, I've got void orbs that you can earn by using exclamation point daily. So like 1 a day. And so that is so that any long-term viewers, once they get 64, earn their way into me making a fan bit for them of however they want to represent themselves, essentially. And so I think that is something, once earned more than once, is likely how it will turn into, like, more complex, right? Because, like, if I start with a couple statement pieces and a particle system, then, you know, if it were earned again, then you can make your fan bit more complicated, right? Like, that's kind of the way I envision it. These are all just sort of phase 1 fan bits to show sort of the base, how that goes. And then, you know, at the later points, they could be made more complex, but those you gotta earn. Or if I just, you know, finish all of the models I want to fan bit and I start coming back to others, I mean, I could add stuff. But, you know, all that good stuff. So yeah, those are the fan bits that I promised you I would show you at some point, and there they are. I'm quite pleased with them. It's true. You do. No freebies. I mean, it's true. Yours would likely need to be pulled partially on theme more than anything else. Well, yeah. To be fair, though, you have the special circumstances of, you know, I have also just made you a model. Like, you have not the bit version, but rather a whole ass model that I had made. So there is that. Which I still sat down and tried to figure out how I could bring it more into, like, my current style, and I was like, nah, I'd have to just, like, start new, because the way the old one was, like, the old one that I made you is probably the best I made prior to moving into the, like, fancy VSF avatar and my current style. Yeah, I mean, I fix your shit and add stuff, though. Don't forget about that. I add shit to your model, Kappa, more frequently, because I'm like, I learn shit and then I just throw it on. Like your armor, you have more of my current style than any other model I made. That's true. You did. I actually... Right, it was the face and stuff. I was like, what did I do for that one? That's right, it was those. It had totally slipped my mind. I mean, yes. Or really when I learn how to do a new thing and I'm like, I have a clear application. Cause like when I added the armor to your model, that wasn't because it was outdated, but rather I was like, I just thought that there was an interesting application for there that I, you know, can't really do clearly on my own. So, you know, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do I have yours? I mean, yeah? Yeah? Hold on. No, I could show it. I mean, yeah, it's like... It's my art. I can do that shit. Hold on. I gotta find where it's hidden. This is probably the most recent. Is it? No, that can't be the most recent. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think that's the most recent. Hold on. I gotta hide this for a second. Show me files. Like, I know I sent it to you. Where the hell did it go? What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? So I have one, but I don't know if it's actually the most recent. Here. We'll just load that one and see what happens, honestly. It feels like it's from too long ago. It's from like freaking March. No, yeah, okay. This is too old. This is a previous one. That one's not it. Yeah, I'm faking it. It's fine, I'm back. Where the hell did I put that file? All right, now we're on a scavenger hunt. You got me looking, and now I'm hyper fixated because I'm like, where the hell did that go? Oh. Hey, this might be it. This looks more like it. Yep. I found it. It was in a different place. This should be it. Yeah, there it is. It's true. Yep, 3.4. That's the one. I found it. I keep all my shit. I just didn't know where it went. Yeah, this was the new business. Hey, and I can actually move my hands. Me. Yeah, but I had like, you know, winglings, a lot more particles. The armbands, yeah, I can actually move the hands. The armbands I did, they actually, you know, they wiggle a little bit. Beep, beep. Oh, yeah. We did fix the back. The back is improved. Neckline. All good things. We did a little bit down here on the legs. Not too much. You don't quite locomote correctly with my setup. Because it's all weird. So I'm all set up to float, and you've got feet. You're not supposed to have feet. Hey, it doesn't matter how often you see the back. I still have to work on the back. It doesn't matter. I have to do that. Because that's just where things go. Some things just go on the back. There's no helping it. Simply no helping it. Yeah, we added the kneecaps and the ankle bands. But yeah, face lines. Bah. Fun fact. So this headband around the side, the headband is actually a particle system because I couldn't be bothered to go into Blender and model the correct curve. So this is actually a particle system that creates the lines and then leaves them there. I thought I was very clever having done that, honestly. I also have had to convert the eye stuff to particle systems as well, because the old method of doing the eye bubbles didn't work anymore, so I had to convert them to particle systems to do the same trick. But they're also now hexagons. Anyway. That's not the one. That's the one. Anyway, back to my normal face. I know, particles are really my shtick. Like, they're my thing. If I have literally anything that at some point might make me notable as a model artist, it's going to be the particle systems. Alright, I'm back. I feel more comfortable now looking like myself again. Oh, I can bring back the... There we go. Okay. All right, back to this collar business. Yes, I'm just more comfortable like this. That's fine. It's not all chevrons, though it is a lot of chevrons. Ah, yes. That's a fun new trick, Stella, that you haven't been around to see. All of my channel redeems that have been added. There's a lot of good stuff in there now. All right. We need big spikies. Yeah, like, I'm not set up for any of having legs and such. Huzzah. Huzzah! I love the huzzah. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of miss when it double huzzah'd. Like, I actually might add it back so it does it twice. The sound, did you not hear it? Does it not? No sound. Hold on, let me... Okay. Where... What audio is that emitting from? Hold on, we gotta... Live troubleshooting. Gotta pull up the sound system. Oh, I think I see why. Alright, hold on. Let me see. Alright. That one you should have heard. Alright. Speaking of, hey, I missed the double huzzahs. Yeah. Let's do some live trouble. Hold on, I saw a launch. Whee! Ow. Alright, it's fine. Let's do some live updating. Let's make the huzzah double up again, because I missed the double huzzah. Let's see. Command redeems. I think huzzah should be in here. Hair, monochrome, color, huzzah. Here's huzzah. Is it? Some of its stuff it's deleting. Okay. Let's see. How do we get huzzah to double huzzah? Probably just insert a timer and a start timer. Double huzzah. Ow. Oh, you know what? I just realized I might need to fix a throw because I was doing an experiment. I do. Gotta get rid of that. Double huzzah. Double huzzah. All right. Yep, this is all Vignon. So it's how I'm getting it done is a mix of the Vignon and then this is the mix it up bot. This is chat.bit, which gets all the work done. All right, let's see how... This is gonna be like very little delay. Ooh, maybe a little more delay, but I did like that. I like that. All right, a little bit longer delay. Give me another double. It's all right. I'm always around to babysit. Yeah. Yeah. I like the double huzzah. The double huzzah is better. Should I make it a triple? I don't know. Maybe triple's too much, but I do like the double. Yeah, the Suvi's got the Vignon Discord that, like, connects. Like, you can ask for help. There's a lot of, like, props and stuff. All right, back to poking around. We gotta show our work here. Okay, so for anybody curious, I guess for Stella especially. So the way this command works, and most of my commands work now. So the Vignon is listening for a moderator named Chatbit who uses the exclamation mark huzzah. So that's what it listens for. And so then previously we just hit the confetti. Sick. So now when it comes in, we're starting a timer to, you know, then fire it off a second time. Start timer, trigger timer. Now maybe we do something a little more fun, actually. Let's see here. Let's make this more complicated because that is my life. Nothing is ever complicated enough. Let's actually send this into an ordered execution. Because complication is how I live. We're just gonna make this... Alright. Nobody huzzah. You'll be wasting your points. Huzzah is currently offline. It will not work. Okay. We're gonna send this into an ordered execution. And what that allows us to do is specifically do one thing before another. Because if we connect multiple things simultaneously, like here you can see we connect two things to one node. This is a non-determinative as far as which one goes first. So you have to be careful when you need things to be done in order. So we want things to be done in order, so we're going to add this ordered execution. And the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to randomize a parameter. Let's say between 2 and 6. So the first thing we want to do is randomize this parameter. And then we're going to call this parameter huzzah repeats. Because we're going to use this parameter to essentially dictate how many times we repeat. Additionally, we're going to need to set the parameter first off. This will be huzzah count, and it needs to be set to 0. So that's the first thing we do. We randomize the parameter, and then we also set the huzzah count to 0, because we haven't done any yet. So then next up, we're going to do the huzzah repeat timer. Whoops. Huzzah repeat. And we need to put this all behind a filter parameter. Yes, it is. It's like pseudocode in a lot of ways. So we're gonna do huzzah repeats. No, we're not comparing that. Huzzah repeats and then we want huzzah count. So we are going to be comparing the huzzah count to the value in huzzah repeats. And then while that is less than or equal to, we're going to do confetti, and we're going to start the count. And then this will go here. And then we need our parameter operation, which will be modifying huzzah count. The result is huzzah count. The value 1 is huzzah count, and we are adding 1 to it. We are doing that every time this takes place as well. Okay, so huzzah comes in. We set the huzzah repeats count between 2 and 6, and the huzzah count to 0. We then compare the huzzah count, and while it is less than or equal to repeats, then we confetti, we start the timer, and we increase the huzzah count. The repeats comes back through as well, and then we will run that operation, and once it counts out, it should end up automatically stopping and no longer increasing the timer or operating the timer. One little confusion is that if we get 2 simultaneous huzzahs, they will not stack or queue appropriately. Maybe I will fix that later. I do have a queue process set up for the throws, so I have a strategy for doing that. Queue count. Yeah, so but that seems a little unnecessary. Maybe I'll do the huzzahs if the channel gets bigger and it's more likely that like 4 people would do a simultaneous huzzah, at which point we would want to stack all of the counts up on top of each other, but we won't do that. All right. So that is hypothetically accomplished. I feel like there's a strong possibility of infinite huzzahs just because nothing ever goes right the first time. But let's find out. Come on, chap it. Chap it. Hey! Now we're talking. Now that's a huzzah. Fan-frickin-tastic. Yeah! I think that was 4. I think the first one was actually the full 6. Flawless. Executed exactly according to plan. Now that's a celebration. You know, I love having the ideas like that on stream and just like immediately poking over to like make the updates. I don't know, there's something very satisfying about doing that. All right, now we're back on task again with Bay. Okay, so first and foremost, I don't think okay, so 3D shapes. Do I have... I've got cylinders, spheres, cubes. I do not have cones. It's true. That sounds like a lot of effort that I probably won't do. Man, I'm not really sure. Honestly, what I will likely do is if I get decent traction on the next tutorial that I plan to make, which is how to add channel points and redeems to YouTube using Mix It Up, if that video gets a degree of attention, I will probably then make a follow-up video of like how to tie those channel point redeems to Vignon using the nodes. Like that would be a decent sort of self-contained tutorial, I think. But like the thing about making like a random tutorial of a random specific model shit that I've done is that it's very specific to my thing. And so like the Confetti Huzzah one, that one is relatively like shareable, but it helps to have it in a useful context, like connecting it to the previous tutorial that I will have made at the point of, you know, how to use Mix It Up in the first place. Before I make that tutorial, though, I just remembered that I need to set up the sound alerts, because that's a very useful second channel redeem that, you know, great. Very useful. However, I have so many sound files to go through to find the sound alerts that I want. There are so many of them. Because that's the one downside, is you have to have the files for the sound alerts in Mix It Up. And I have a shit ton of them now, because I got this pack that was being shared on Twitter of, like, editor files. They were just like, hey, we're a group that do video editing. Here's our entire batch of, like, meme shit that we use to edit. You can just have it. And so I downloaded it, and it's like hundreds of sound files that I will have to go through to find the good ones. Like, oh boy. Once I get those, I can actually set up the Mix It Up sound alerts, so that then I can have chat.bit doing sound alerts as well, which will be excellent. I do like a good sound alert. They amuse me. All right. Let's take a look at our FBX meshes. What meshes do we have that could be those points? I mean, I guess I'm just going to have to use the tetrahedrons again, because I have the tetrahedrons. The octahedrons would be good, but they would stab through the backside. And so I would need to find some way of hiding or eliminating those. And I don't think I really want to, honestly. This is freaking minimalist shit. It's supposed to be easy, though I never make it easy on myself for some reason. Okay. Why are you so huge? Oh, I don't want to put that under the collar. I don't want to do that. Because it's going to be multiplied by the size. Okay. Let's see. Let's get this at least centered up. Okay. All right, so really just need 4 and a cheese. 2. Okay, actually, you know what? This can be... We'll put this into position as the cheese. turn it. So that's up. Okay. Okay, so that can be the cheese. So then we need to go around a quarter. Oh, wait. There's an easier way to do this. Okay, hold on. Let's create empty. This is going to be spikes. These guys need to go in here. Okay, so if we're adding what would presumably be 6 spikes, right? 2 on the front, 2 on the sides, 2 on the back. That's a total of 6 spikes. So if we're trying to equally rotate those are going to be 60 degrees apart from each other, which means because they are off center, they are going to be 30 degrees in either direction. So let's pull this guy up here. This guy is going to be rotated so that it's that way up. We're going to duplicate him. So this is going to rotate. Nope, not that one. This would be 30. Then we move you in. Then we rotate you the other way 30. We move you in. Then we rotate you 90. Move you in. Rotate you negative 90. And move you in. Then we rotate you back to 0. Those are not centered. Oh, no, they are actually centered on the sides. They just don't look it when you're looking at it head on for some reason. Oh, likely a perspective thing. It's a perspective thing. Everything is fine. We don't do it by eye around here. We use math. Honestly, that's one of the reasons that it's like Unity is so much easier for me to use, because I can do shit like that where I'm like, I know I need these located at particular positions, and with the magic of math and swapping like stuff in and out of groups, I can just make it happen. I love that very much. Okay, so I can't help but notice how, one, I can't grab this guy. There we go. You guys appear to be too high. Let's pull you down so you're centered. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is probably going to turn into a mess because I now have to actually adjust these guys' size. 0.5. 5. Nope. 1.5. I want this one to be a little bit bigger to the side because it's supposed to be cheese. And these guys we're going to make narrower and longer. Do I want those a little bit longer? I think I do. Although part of it will be fixed once I actually, you know, pull them out properly. So don't worry, this is eyeballed, largely because they're at weird angles, and so trying to specifically position them is going to be a pain in the ass. So don't worry, sometimes we eyeball. Yeah. Spiky. Excellent. It's not always the superior method. It's only sometimes the superior method. It all depends. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Bay. Do I still have... I don't. I got rid of it. Well, that's kind of annoying. Hold on. It's here in cronies. Let me copy this and then paste. Paste. That doesn't work. Can I not? Come on now. Copy paste. Why are you so finicky? Copy path? No. Alright, fine. Duplicate that shit. Just cram it on in there. Do my bidding, bastards. Oh wait, that one's not going to be that color. Spike gray. Not two, just the first one. Spike gray. Well, have fun tormenting yourself playing League. Those are nearly white, actually. They're very bright. Oh, they bright. It's almost blue. Why did you end up like blue? I think I just want to put the same... Not you. I think I just want the spike gray to go on the outside too. They just spikes. Shiny spikes. All right, that does the job. I need the cheese color. Cheese. It's yellow. Surprise. No one is surprised. Cheese yellow. Copy pasta. Where's cheese yellow? There it is. It's yellow. Let's see. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much correct. Although I think this one actually should be the smaller mesh. Tetrahedron. Yeah. Because then we can use we can just use the hair gray as the wireframe. Give it a little bit of a black background like that kind of has. Oh, what color are you? Your collar. Oh, it's actually kind of shiny. I gotta get that color. I don't need these. Whoops. Those can be deleted. Yes, because those are not part of Bay. We got hair brown or hair gray. Let's get this guy. We'll change that to collar gray. Turn up the rim lighting and the shading. Oh no. Hold on. Render queue. Cull off. Reflection. Down a little bit. We've got the reflection and shit to sort of bring it back up. Did I add a little bit of the rim light? Why do you want to do the sides? Why aren't you lighting on the top? Yeah, whatever. Stop rim lighting. I don't like it. Yeah, well, it's fine. All right, spiky collar accomplished. Now the key. Do I want to add the strap? Or do I just want to add the key directly? I don't know. Let's see. Well, let's make the key first. Spikes, collar, next stuff. Create empty. It's the key. So first and foremost, it's in the FBX models. The meshes. Where's my Taurus? There's my Taurus. Oop. It's huge. It's always huge. It's never not huge. I kind of like it huge, actually. I mean, not huge. This side's huge. So then we add a cylinder. It's giant. Oh, we don't need a collider. You get out of here. No colliders necessary. 3, 5. Is it 4? 4 better? Is that about the right size? Ooh, that's real close, actually. Might be 3.9. Perfect. I want to make that longer. 5. I mean, this is like the easiest thing to change, so I probably don't need to worry about it too much. What I do need to worry about is... how do I give it teeth? And those are very specific teeth that I could probably just give it. This. And it's like this. There we go. Okay. I mean, that's pretty close to where the teeth are. I just need to connect the teeth. I don't really have a clear way to follow this line exactly. The best that I could do would probably be to just, like... flatten one of these guys out. Shrink it down a little bit. That is a key. Now we just need a material for it. I mean, that's gold. Where was the gold? Is that on? Oh, that was on Mume's. I mean, we could try to just reuse the gold. This is a much brighter gold, though. It's a lot closer to... that yellow, actually. I mean, that's about right. Hey, Priestess, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you made it for the first stream of the year. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you back. Oh no, I zoomed in too close. Oh no, I've done it again. I mean, that is approximately a key for sure. Hey, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you're feeling better. That's awesome. That is an excellent occurrence. 10th cup of coffee. Excellent. Thank you. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do for... You know what? Actually, that has come together nicely. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the particles. I feel like I should use the teal and the yellow for particles. not sure what I'm gonna do with them. I mean, she's got little, like, mouse-eared sequins. Like, I could use those, maybe? What I'd really love is if I had a good particle set for, like, rolling dice. But I don't. As far as I'm aware, I do not have, like, dice rolling particle textures. Here, let me look at my texture sets. Is there anything in here that would be dice? I got no... Well, I mean, that's a freaking 20-sided dice, for sure. That wouldn't exactly be the right type of texture set, though. Man, I have a lot of old textures in here. I mean, I could use a magic circle, I guess. A 9 void orbs. Almost to the double digits. Almost. Damn you, textures. Well, we've got 0, 1s, 2s, and 3s. Like, I could probably make one. Animation texture sets are not something that I have really worked with before, aside from just using what I have. You know, that sounds fantastic. I would eat the shit out of some freaking chocolate chip brioche French toast. Okay, so what are the... okay, so where are these... okay, so like these are... what the texture animation... well, I don't specifically know... well, I guess I can put all of those words together. I assume it is a French toast made of brioche bread with chocolate chips in it. Or it's chocolate chip brioche bread turned into French toast. And I know how to put all those together and it sounds nice. Okay, so here's a 3x3. I have never had specifically a brioche French toast. Can I don't actually want to add this. I want to go to it. There we go. And I want to delete that out of there. Okay. Show me this in the Explorer. Flash33.png. Let's drag this bad boy. Paste it over here. All right, we're doing an experiment. We're gonna need a new file. New. What's the size of this? Details. 1024 by 1024. 1024, 1024. Fill with transparency. Okay. Drop that in there. Convert. I don't care. Yeah, chocolate chip brioche being pan-fried in a simple... Ooh, that does sound nice. Let me save this as... what the hell is this? Where does this go? Oh, no, it's been too long. I don't remember where anything goes. This would be... Stream somethings. Streaming assets, there it is. It would go into model assets, particle work. That's where it goes, particle work. And this is a, we'll call it a dice anim.xcf. Save. Okay, so hey, Yeet, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Is this full white? It is. Okay. We're experimenting. We're learning together. You know what? I need to grid this into 9. So 1024 divided by 3. 1024 divided by 3 at 340. And then that would then also be at 682. Okay. Dude, that's it. Man, good news all around. Freaking Priestess feeling better. Yeet, getting checks from lawyers. Sick. That's awesome. We love good news. Man, apparently I go on vacation and things go up for everybody. Apparently I need more vacations. Honestly, I think I'm okay with that. All right. My vacation was really good. I was talking a little bit about it earlier, but honestly, then I got distracted doing the fan bit, as is typical. Vacation was awesome. It was, honestly, we had a great time. Lots of things happened, which I'm sure I'll just sort of continue to talk about as things come up, next several streams. Hey, it's okay to just be here, Phantom. We're all just having a good time. But there was essentially nothing went wrong, like at any point in the entire vacation, which was great. Flights perfectly fine there and back, didn't lose any luggage. There were no mishaps with any passports, no mishaps with the hotel, nothing. Nobody got sick. Everybody was fine the whole time. Everybody, it went exactly as well as you could ever hope a vacation could go. So that was really the main takeaway. It was relaxing. We had a great time. Nothing went wrong. No problems occurred. And now we're back. And the only challenge is that I'm trying to recover from jet lag, because last night I slept like shit. And I also did it starting at 6:30 a.m. until 2:30 p.m., which is not an ideal schedule to try to go back to work in the near future. So we don't love that. But other than that, it was really great. And it was so much fun. And it was awesome to get a chance to actually go and see Stella and Socks, friends of the channel, who also... Stella streams over on Twitch. But we got to meet them because they're friends from the internet, and so we got to actually meet and see them. It was great. Well, I appreciate that greatly, Priestess. And I'm excited to be back, back to the old schedule, streaming, and I'm looking forward to trying to do stuff this year. I mentioned earlier, I've already reached out to a possible editor over on Twitter, that I'm hoping to get some of the old stuff, you know, edit it into highlights, you know, that it can maybe pull some new traffic into the channel. I've got plans for a new tutorial video, since, quite frankly, my tutorial videos that I add to my channel have really performed the best over time. I have one specific tutorial that is creeping up towards like 700 views, which is incredible considering it consistently gets views like maybe like 5 to 10 a week. It just kind of like people creep in and they see some or all of it, and then like somebody else will be back the next week. The thing's been out for like 500 days or something, and it just continues to get the occasional view, which is not like tremendous views, but the longevity is incredible, which is why I'm going to try to do some more tutorial stuff. I'm going to try to do on stream at some point. I want to sit down and we'll do like a research stream on how models in Blender work, because I want to start being able to craft facial expressions and modify them. And so I have a essentially a sample model that somebody was giving out on Twitter for like a free to use model. It's a Goomba, like a Mario Goomba. It came, they put it out when Mario Wonder came out, and so it's the whole like VRM that you could use in, you know, any kind of model running application, but also the FBX, which you can open up in Blender to see like its inner workings. And so I'm gonna try to use that to figure out how the shape keys that go into the face stuff gets tied to the model itself, because that's one of the pieces of model making that has always eluded me. And that's like the last piece of the Vroid model like stuff that this model is hanging on to, because I just didn't know how to do a face. So like I need to figure out how to do that, and then I can finally sort of leverage that piece of information into making more interesting face stuff. I have ideas on that side to try to make a new secondary head, because, you know, with all of my tricks, I'll be able to switch back and forth between two different heads. And I'm going to try to make a second one that is a little more asymmetrical and fragmented as, you know, the rest of the model is. So I think that'll be a nice, interesting addition to the repertoire, so to speak. But that's all coming up. Right now, let's try to make a dice. So what we're gonna do is, you know what? Actually, let's get a new layer. Plus, dice faces. Oh, for crying out loud! Fill with transparency, you dingus. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. More like the crystal. And try to get... So, another way that I'm trying to shift my theming, which I'm honestly mostly there, I'm kind of trying to continue to shift the theming a little more uncanny or eldritch in nature, because that is technically part of the lore, but, you know, we don't really bring up the lore a whole lot. It's mostly just part of the theming. And so I'm going to try to get it a little more uncanny, use the fragmentation to sort of allow for more creepy or eldritch sorts of stuff to be introduced, which I started doing when I changed the back of my head recently, because I've got this now, which is a little more like impossible geometry, you know? Like it sort of eludes the eye. It doesn't quite make sense, like, what you're looking at. And I'd like to see if I can try to bring a little more of that to bear to sort of emphasize some of that part of the theming I haven't really been able to get at, but we'll see. We'll see. I might be biting off more than I can really chew there, but we'll see what we can do. All right, so let's erase these guys. Let's make this bigger. So get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Oh, I missed one. Okay, so I'm not sure. I think when you use a texture like animation sheet like this, as you could see with this being a flash, you could see how it progressed from the top left, this hand, top left down here, you know, until it eventually gets to the bottom right and is like the biggest part of the explosion. So if we want this to look like random dice roll, I think that we are going to have to introduce the randomness ourselves. And I think that's something that we can do. So we can start. Okay, so what is this going to be? It's going to be like 170, 170. Is that big enough for a dice pip, or would it be bigger? I think it would be a little bigger. Okay. Oh boy, getting these nicely lined up is going to be an annoyance. Okay, so we could go like 1 to, let's say we go to 4. So let's see. Oh Lord, getting these lined up is going to be a hassle. Good grief. Okay, so if ow. Okay, so now this is 340 to 680. The command you're likely looking for is exclamation point redeems, rather than commands for the redeems list. Actually, I had to disable the exclamation point commands just because it would accidentally trigger some of the redeems because of the way that I've got them integrated. So it used to work, but it would do weird things. So I had to get rid of that and just have the redeems. Although I guess I could maybe, if I can specifically reduce down which one it mentions, I might be able to do that. Maybe I'll look into that. Well, so the old redeems command triggered everything at once. Yes. The commands one didn't trigger everything, but I think it tried to trigger some. So that's the one issue with the way that I've got all of this stuff piecing together, is that sometimes unintentional things can be triggered. Let's see, exclamation point orbs. Should that work? What is the command for the void orbs? You know what? That's actually a good note. You searching for orbs would make sense. Let me see what that command actually is, and if it's, I can add the orbs command to it. Yeah, user void orbs is exclamation point void orbs. But that makes sense to have also orbs. Let me save that. Okay. Now your exclamation point orbs ought to work. And the packets also kind of make sense to just have exclamation points. Oh, whoops. Did I need to do that? Is it fine? Oh, that's not correct. Okay, there we go. That. Packets, quantum packets, and points. Let's add that one. Alright. There. Always fixing stuff on the fly. It's just kind of how we operate around here. If you try something that makes sense to you, then it probably makes sense to somebody else, and I can just accommodate that. That's how I think. You know what? These probably don't need to be perfect. Is that 70 up? 70 up. You just eyeball this shit. Yeah, if you do exclamation point points now, which you tried, although you did have a space in there, and exclamation point packets, either one of those will now work. Packets or points. I added the points because that makes sense. We'll see if it works. It's supposed to work. Yeah, there it is. You've done it correctly. Okay, so 1, 4, let's say 3. What is 3? 3 is usually the line down the center, right? 1, 2, 3. Close enough. What's that? 2. Oh no, that one's off-centered. That's a little wonky. Good enough. Yeah, no worries, Yeet. Thanks for the lurk. And I hope your freaking internet shapes up. More for you and less for me, but, you know. I hate a flaky internet. Australia internet sucks. That's the one thing. Going to Australia, their internet sucks. It's no good. Also, so many streaming services are freaking region locked out of Australia. So we have a Roku. I don't know if people are familiar with what a Roku is, but it's like a smart TV on a box, essentially, that lets you, you know, have all of your different services just kind of persistently logged in, and you can just switch between them. And most conveniently, it lets you search any of your services at once. You just like search across them for like a particular thing, and it tells you who's got it and where it is and all that. But it's something we love to travel with, because we just grab the Roku, you know, throw it in the luggage and the remote. Don't forget the remote. And we just take it to like whatever hotel we go to anytime we travel, because it's so freaking convenient to just be able to plug it in with an HDMI cable and just go. Just be able to watch a thing wherever we are. We don't have to like fight to log in. We don't have to rely on their weird smart TV. We don't have to leave logins like hanging out on other stuff, you know, have to remember to log out before leaving and all of that stuff. So we take the Roku with us, and we did to Australia, but oh boy, so much of our services were like locked down, and then like shows from one that would normally be there on the US is like on a way different platform. There is like, it was bizarre. Everything was weird in the streaming platform, and they have their own weird streaming service called Stan. I don't know why it's called Stan, but it's called Stan. So we did watch the occasional like specifically Australian show while we were there. Let me tell you, they got some sucky movies. They got some shitty ass movies. But there were some that were fine, but some of them were pretty notably terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we have all of them accounted for at least once. Let's go back to 2. That's the wrong 2. And then let's say 4. Because this will be 414 3251 62. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh, you know what I should do? Rather than that, I should copy, paste. Yep. Just toss that bad boy down there so that at least the spacing is the same. Oh no, nope, up here. Up. Down here. Okay. Right, all the... Why did... they're all on the wrong layer. I'm so upset. I don't think it really matters, but it is annoying to me because I freaking... Ooh. It's fine. Everything is fine. Export as a PNG. Okie doke. Okie dokie dokie. Okay. Oh shoot. Is it gonna be okay transparent like that, or am I gonna need to actually add the black background? Because it needs to be grayscale. Okay, hold on. Hold on, come back here. This is easily remedied. Lorp. Ooh, ah! Oh no, I missed some of the erasing. Oh my god, it's suddenly apparent to me how much I freaking missed in the erasing. I'm blinded and irritated. No, not like that. Oh lord, get out of here. Oh, it's terrible. It's a crisis. Oh, it's abysmal. I hate it. I hate everything about it. What? Hello? What layer are you on? Oh, you're copied in on the dice faces. I see. I understand. Alright, well, I guess it's good that I found, they would have been like little phantom shit all over the animation. I've been like, what are you? Get out of here. Man, I did a really bad job of erasing. It's fixed now. Place that shit. Yep, export, out it goes. Okay, now back to the bit. Now, where have you gone? Screening assets, model assets, particle work, dice, anim, PNG. In you go. That is from grayscale. Magnetize, 1024, apply. Okay. And now... Well, let's pull this over. Oh, shoot. I forgot. Damn me. Dice anim. I need the outer border as well. I am a dumbass. Hello, PK Knight? Nut? Newt? P Newt? Pretty good. I don't think I've seen your name around before. If I have, Peanut. Easy. I definitely know you haven't been around then. I would have remembered that. Welcome, welcome. We are currently just hanging out. I'm making a little, like, a fan guy. Hanging out. We're, okay. Nah. That's sufficient. Off you go. Not interested. Later. Coming in here, ruin the vibes. Anyway, back to the people who belong here. Let's fix our dice animation. I know. Man, new year, same goobers. Never fails. Just, you know, it's been a while since I have had somebody show up that wasn't immediately a dumbass. It's been a bit. Like, one of these days, we'll have somebody show up that doesn't immediately show themselves to be... No, that's not true. That's not true. We had someone today who was not immediately a dumbass. I can't say that. We had one today who is not a dumbass. Anson. Johanne Anson. They were not immediately a dumbass. Yeah, keep us on our toes. You know... And, like, the thing that gets me about those specific ones is that some people showing up and being a dumbass, I feel like I can engage with and be like, hey, why are you such a dumbass? Did you mean something different? Like, am I misreading your intentions? Like, we can sort of, like, work with that. But when people just showing up and being immediately dumbasses in that regards, I'm like, all right, there's no engaging with that sort of shenanigans, like... And it's like, there's not anything... The thing is there's not anything, like, morally wrong with being that sort of a dumbass. Like, I'm not implying that they are evil or particularly malfeasant. They are just have no idea how to, like, read a room... And exactly, like, they're just a nuisance. They're just, they don't read a room. They don't understand appropriate humor. Like, they don't know how to integrate with a group. They're like the definitionally a dumbass. And so I'm just like, get out of here. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Non-consent is pretty bad, but I am extremely resistant to that sort of stupidity, so it doesn't bother me. It is accurate to say that it is bad. You're right. It doesn't really flag on me personally. I just remove them and move on. It's like, it's not a big deal. I'm just like, get out of here. Like, you're just a dumbass. Be gone. I have no desire to attempt to re-educate you or anything. But you're not wrong. The whole non-consent thing is a bit problematic. But anyway. I mean, it's fair. The thing is like, I certainly had my doubts immediately upon, like, the second person talking. I was like, hold on. I think that first one's probably also in bad faith. And then, sure enough... Well, yeah, Phantom, like, one, you're right, the 6 is off. But 2, yeah, like... There are spaces that like joking like that. I don't really think that this is a space that likes that. I certainly don't like that generally. It's not really my cup of tea. Some, like some risque jokes I feel like are fine. I don't mind some spicier jokes, but like, I prefer them to be a little more circumspect because I think that's funnier. Like, I don't have the humor of a 12-year-old, so then when you just roll in and you're like, tee-hee, like, sloppy-toppy, whatever, like, that's not funny. You're just a loser. Like, be gone. You may leave my presence now. Exactly. That, like, there are spaces that can joke like that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with those spaces. But not coming in and then reading a room in any capacity and simply just straight up being a dumbass is annoying. Annoying and stupid. I have thought of a better way to do this. You know what? I actually think this one is also off. Actually. Damn you, straight lines. Oh, no. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. Like, there are content creators and, like, spaces and streams that I think that makes more sense. Like, there are places that I would certainly still not jump to that because, like, it's still in the realm of non-consent. It's still being brand new in an unknown face. Your intentions are not clear. Like, we don't know your vibe either. Like, it's just not really how you want to introduce yourself. This one's off too. This one's 2 off. See, this is what eyeballing gets you. Don't eyeball shit. It's bad. But anyway, it is merely a tiny blip on our radar. It is It is ultimately of no consequence. They are merely an annoyance. You all know how to behave. Like, you're all normal people. You know, as normal as any of us are. You're all responsible adults. I'm preaching to the choir with you all, which I appreciate greatly. We have no desire to be that sort of space. We just chill, man. Just be cool. Just be cool. It's not that hard. I wonder if they left me thumbs downs. I'm always curious. Like, I kind of hope they did. Well, let's go see if I can go check my YouTube, my studio. Oh wait, I don't think I'll see it until after the stream. I don't think it shows. I would wear those freaking badges with pride. Those dumbasses want to give me thumbs down. Gimme them. Yeah, I only see likes while I'm live. After I finish being live, I think it'll show me any unlikes that I got. We'll see. I do generally have a quite positive like to dislike ratio because, well, I usually have 0 dislikes because nobody sees my content but you guys. And you all are cool. So it works out. I do think it's sort of interesting how many people seem to really like I don't know, get a lot of upset. Like, I see people who on Twitter, you know, stream or whatever, make content, and then they comment when they're like, I got 1 dislike. Why do I have a dislike? All my other stuff. It's like, dude, it's 1. Chill out. I have some stuff that gets 1 dislike, and honestly, more likely than anything, I think it's just people trying to curate their feed. Like, I don't really want to see more of this, so they give it a dislike. Many uses of the dislike I expect are not like strong moral stances against the content therein. It's just like, this ain't for me. It could be it could be a misclick too. I just don't think it's worth getting really bent out of shape. What am I doing? I'm exporting. Replace that. Okay, here we go again. Let's try to pull this in. I will, honestly, more than anything, the worst part about people stopping in like that is mostly just how it's disappointing. Like, man, that could have been like someone who found the stream who was actually not a dumbass, and they could have stayed, and that would have been cool. But alas, all we get are the dumbasses. Oops. Oh, shoot. I deleted the wrong thing. I did a bad. I did a bad. Bring that back. Come back here. Get in here. Wait, did I do a bad? I did not do a bad. I am merely confused. Get in there. I don't think YouTube makes that information available to like an external API to pull it out, unfortunately. You know, the other thing that I also wonder, so with people like that show up and then I get rid of, like, what's funny is YouTube does getting rid of people quite differently than Twitch. And it would probably be, I don't know, better if I just didn't, like, acknowledge what happened. because when you hide someone on YouTube, they don't know they're hidden. Like, I just yeet them, and they can continue to, like, type out as much stupid shit as they want, but it will simply not go to anyone else because they are hidden. They're not banned or blocked, which is kind of funny to me. And so the thing is like, I always essentially acknowledge that I am throwing someone from orbit because I'm like, nah, you guys gots to go. Because I'm not gonna, yeah, it's essentially a shadow ban. And so, honestly, if I did not follow up by being like, gone, I could probably just have them like hammering away on their keyboard for who knows how long, which would be kind of funny, but I mean, small satisfaction because I wouldn't actually know how long they are. Oh, thank you, Chatbit. That's very kind of you. Thank you for reminding everyone. Yeah, just hate watching. I mean, they could still be hate watching right now. I don't know why they would. But they could be. I am still talking about them, so, you know. It really was a bizarre exchange there, though, because they had, like, the wherewithal to, like, say hello, explained how to pronounce their name, and then be a dumbass. Like, why have we gone through this process? If you were here to be a dumbass, you've just stolen my attention, and my effort to, like, learn your name. Now I'm not gonna forget that name, and that's annoying, because they're just a dumbass. That is true, Kappa, and Twitch has done something like that where you can like block banned users of your channel. Twitch does, YouTube doesn't. But again, it's so easy to just get around. All you have to do is just make a new account or literally go on without an account. Like, that's it. And then there you are, you're right back into it. So right, okay. I was like, what the hell have I been doing? I was making dice. I forgot. All right, now let me see here. You know, I do see... I never acknowledge them, but I do see the little hearts people put. I see them popping up on the side there, and I appreciate them. I don't know who does it, but people do it, and I appreciate it. I see them with my eyeballs. Okay, I need to find a sample particle set that uses the hearts. There's a little, I don't know if it's on all apps or what, but there's like a little button in the side of chat that looks like a heart that you can mash. And if you like highlight it, I'm not sure how it looks on mobile. Like, you can mash it, you can highlight it, and it gives you like a party horn or a smiley face or a shocked face or like 100. Like, it gives you a few emojis that you can float in, and they appear on, you know, on stream in the bottom right of the little chat box there. You can see them bubble up. Yeah, so the bottom right of the chat box should have, like, just above where you type messages, there's a little circle that you can push emojis to stream. It's so bizarre how that happens, Kappa. It's just like making shit up as far as who gets what. Okay, actually. Okay, so within Mume, the runes use an animation. So let me grab this. Let me just make a new thing. I'm not sure where I'm gonna put it exactly yet, but this will be the dice particles. Create empty. Whoops. Paste. Okay, so that's there. Is it? It's one of them. I think this is the BRB screen. The outro track is the tucking you into freaking stasis one. I don't remember the name of that one. Oh, I can't go check. I was just about to check in OBS, and I realized if I did that, it would literally switch to the stream ending. And I was like, whoa, let's not do that. Because I could play it. I could jump to it in Monster Cat. I don't remember the name of it, though. Ooh, wait, it's kind of coming back to me. I think I'd know it if I saw it. Ooh, I think it's this one. Or let's jump to that. Is it this one? No. No, it's not. I do like this one. I think it's related to this one. I think it's on the same album. Where is it? No, it's definitely not down there. That's too far. I don't know. I can't keep track of my own damn... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That was the wrong button. Oh, we're jumping around. Sorry, background music fans. I'm all over the place. Jesus. Jesus. We're all over the damn place. I know. I always try to give it enough time to get through the entire talk before ending stream, because I just like it. Grimkind. It's a stylish sounding name. Okay. Let's see. Renderer, billboard. Hold on. Where's what? How are you animating? What? Oh. It's because it's letters. Yes. Texture sheet animation. Here we go. Animation, the whole sheet, time mode, mode grid. Okay. All right. Here we go. We can actually essentially use this exact thing. So this is gonna be 3 by 3. And then we're gonna put this guy here. Oh, it's close. I like dark shit, which I expected from the Grim. I'm gonna write that one down. Dude, some dark EDM would be sick. Grimkind. I'm so sad with these, like, the stuff that gets suggested, and also I'm always sad when I'm listening to my YouTube music, because I'm like, I can't put any of this shit on stream. Like, I got Monster Cat, which does great. Not gonna knock Monster Cat, but I'm always so sad. Let's see. Color over lifetime. Wait, I can't quite tell if this is working correctly. Giluca. so this is the glow, which we don't need. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we can see. How are we doing? Some of them are missing their sides. Which ones are missing their side? Wait, I don't think I listened to Zivia. I'm gonna write that one back down. I'm gonna be honest, being gone for a month, I forgot literally everything that happened. I've forgotten everything. How can I control frame over time? Is that what I want? Cycles 3. How does this work? Is this frame speed? 1. See, what's tart lifetime? Okay. Whoa, there's a lot of them now. Hey, nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing the Evil Within 2. So I had a really good time with that Evil Within 1. That was fun. You know, I think these are actually working exactly as I anticipated. I don't know why sometimes I don't see a side of them. Hold on. No, wait. They only look correct when I am highlighting them. I'm just gonna... I think I do want to thicken up the sides. It seems like if they're far away, they don't animate all of the sides. It's like a rendering weirdness. It looks like, though, that I do have everything working, and it looks like it's doing it correctly. All right, so let's shore up the sides a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not gonna go crazy with it. Because we won't need quite as much charm added in that way, because I also intend to have them like roll. So they'll be rotating as they tumble. Top middle 4 is off. It's a little off. I don't think it's far enough off to be a problem. Which I know might hurt your heart with me saying that. Unfortunately, I think I'm just gonna not say. Okay, export. And I'm gonna have to part of work here. Okay, so we delete this guy first, if I remember correctly, and then we pull this guy in, which automatically puts it in place. Oh no, that has... Oh wait, hold on, I gotta go back in here and set input texture to grayscale. You know what, it actually... It is a little bit more noticeable. The one is not looking centered either. Oh, it's this one. This one's quite off. Hold on. That one is too far off center. We gotta fix that. I mean, I guess while we're here, is this the one that you're seeing is off? Or I guess maybe both are a little low. What the heck? I don't know why I had an alarm set. I think I may have misset it for PM and not AM. Random ass. Alarm going off? What the heck? Let's just fix that while I'm paying attention. Weird. I think these are a little low now as well. Oh, wait. Those are the only ones that I have here. Hey, move. Why are you not? Hello. Hey. Listen to me. All right. I think that's a little better. It's a little better. I think. I think. Delete. Retrieve. Set to grayscale. Apply. All right. Now that's better. That's pretty good. I'm not sure exactly how these work, honestly. Frame over time. Controls the Yuki animation frame of each particle over its lifetime. On the horizontal axis, you'll find the lifetime. On the vertical axis, you will find the sheet index. Aha. So if we want it, like, literally random, we do this. Because now it can actually be any of them at any time. And then if we want it sped up, we want that. Right? Cycle 6. Yes? No? Are you shifting? You're not shifting. Why aren't you changing? I don't understand. Hello? What the heck? What is happening? Play frames either based on the lifetime of the particle, the speed of the particle, or at a constant FPS regardless of particle lifetime. Speed? Specifies how many times the animation will loop during the lifetime of the particle. If the speed in the defined range of 0 to 1 value through the animation. Just full speed the whole time? Why are you not doing the thing? Hello? What's wrong with you? Restart. Why is it always 1 now? Hello? Start frame is 0. Oh, not speed. FPS. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. Good grief. Hold on. 30's too much. Woo. Woo. Relax. Woo. Whoa. That was a bit much. Can I make it Phase the animation so it starts on a frame other than 0. Can I do random? Yeah, we can. 0 and, I guess it would be 8. There we go. That gets the job done. Okay. Look at them. Look at the little dice babies. We have them. They do dice things. They move about. Well, they don't move about. They roll through numbers. Now we just have to get them where we want them. Okay, so let's get the nice yellow color. Let's grab the teal color. Is that like pure cyan? Oh, it's pretty close. It's not that close, actually. I take it back. It's not that close. Okay, color. And then okay, let's see. Where do we want to put these? So we have what can we do that's different? Okay, so let's save. We haven't done that in a while. Never a good idea. Okay, so let's play all of the fan bits. So what do we have currently? Okay, hold on. What happened here? Hello? Crony? Hello? What? How did you get that? You know what? I'm not gonna worry. Well, I'm gonna fix that before I do anything else, because what the hell just happened? Why are you a dice-headed weirdo? Second hand, hour hand. What happened to the hour hand? Hello? Why is it the dice animation? Hour's hand particle. Where is your hour hand? What? Where's your hour hand? Hold on, let me duplicate this. What happened? Hour hand. I'm so confused. Give back the hour hand. Okay. I don't know how this happened, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Hour hand. Nope, I missed. Hour hand. Problem solved. I don't know what shenanigans happened when I moved around the materials earlier. Okay. Back to what we were doing. What we're doing is I'm taking a look at sort of the particle systems I have currently to try to think of a different motion for the dice to take so that it doesn't look like I'm just repeating another style, right? Because we've got, what is this over here? Ground fog, what are you doing there? Let's not worry about that. You can't see it because it's behind my head, but there's just a ground fog way over here in the corner that I was like, why are you there? I believe I just had put that to see what it looked like. We're not gonna worry about it. That one we're legitimately not gonna worry about. Okay, so we've got like a little drippy mushroom. We've got the hair that just comes down, as well as sparkle particles. Got our bows. Got sort of the falling leaves. Rotating clock. Spinning crown. Just ambient runes. And so that, what does that leave Bay? I mean, what? So, like, the one thing really... The only place that the dice really show up in her model is up here. But we're using the colors of the sleeves. So, I mean, it would make sense to do something with the dice down here. Because that would be where those arms and legs of those colors would typically appear. I mean, I could also maybe do like an off-kilter orbit around the sphere, because that'd give it a little bit of a unique look. Like, it wouldn't match these because those are up there. It'd be like around, because that would be sort of dice rotating around. That might work. Let's explore that idea. And I could put two, essentially. Maybe I put two off-kilter ones. Okay, so what that is going to look like. Emissions. No, not emissions. Shape. We get rid of that. It's exactly on a point. Let's see, 0.01. 1. And then we want to position this. Fine. Negative 0.5 is fine. 1. Oh, they stacking up. Okay, so then we want to give it a velocity over lifetime. Yes, velocity over lifetime. And that's going to be an orbital around X. Not around X. 1. Oh, do I need to... Hold on. And then... offset? Yeah, -1. Why are you like this, my dude? Why are you... Oh, I know why. I know why. You're not the one that needs this. The letters are the ones that need this. We need to change this name to dice. You need the velocity over lifetime. Oh, see you later. No, get out of here. -1. Wait, why are you still like that? What the heck? What the heck? What? Well, why? Orbital velocity, which will rotate them around the center of the system. Why are you not rotating around it? Oh, you know what? It's probably just that X is wrong. It's probably Y that I want. Yup. No, not Y. Z. There we go. Now that's simply too much emission. Emission. Lifetime of the dice. You don't actually need a lifetime on you. This actually... a lot of this doesn't matter. Actually, you don't need a color over lifetime. You do need a sub-emitter. Start size is irrelevant. Hey, thanks for hanging out for a bit, Priestess. Good luck. I mean, I don't know if good luck makes any sense for your meeting, but I hope your meeting goes well and is not too early. Have a good one. And a good weekend. It's coming up. I don't know what day it is anymore because I've been on vacation too long. Well, good luck. I hope your meeting goes well. You got this. I believe in the superiority of those who hang out in this stream. I know you can do it. Hello, Luke. I am currently working on a little, what I call fan.bits. They are sort of minimalist versions of bigger VTubers models, sort of put into my own style. So they end up eventually currently attaching to my hand. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with all of them, but they're like this. This current one that I'm working on is for Bay, one of the hololive EN streamers, trying to take her sort of theming and style and put it into my own little take on it as a little fan work. Other than that, we're just hanging out, chatting, chilling. I don't like that little flash over that's happening. Yeah, thank you. I have several others completed now already. Bay is actually going to round out the Hollow Promise group, if you're familiar with them. Here, let me just give it a run. Well, you know, that's just me. So yeah, so we have this one is of Moo, a friend of the channel, another streamer on YouTube. This one's Aki, a hololive JP. Then we have Fuamoko, one of the newest hololive EN girls. And then we have our Promise group over here. We've got Fauna, Sarah's Fauna, Oros Crony. This one's Iris, Mume, and then we've got Bay here at the end, still sort of in progress. But yeah, with that, I will have completed the Hollow Promise, which I'm quite excited about. Having a whole set. I'm gonna have to figure out how to hold all of these fan bits, as it were. Yeah. Oh, another fun fact about the fan bits, actually, is I actually have a daily available channel currency that you can collect by !daily. And once any of my longtime viewers reach 64 of those void orbs, as they're called, I will make a fan bit of a representation of them as they wish. If they themselves stream, I'll use their model. If not, they can send me like a PNG of theming and stuff. I haven't worked out exactly how to collect that information. This is something I started somewhat recently, but anybody that watches me for a long time has the opportunity to be immortalized in the model as their own little fan bit, which at some point I'll have to figure out how to have all of them floating about, but I haven't figured that out yet. I'll get to it. So yeah, I'm just trying to wrap up Bay here. So the style that I do for these is sort of two notable aspects in a particle system. So like you can see Mume, I have her feathers, her sword, and then the particle system around, the wings, the horns, particle system. This one got a little bit extra because I had to add some extra bits to make the clock work. But bow, chain, clock, And so right now we've got her collar and key are kind of combined. Her collar, her ears, and then I'm making her particle system of dice, which I'm getting to be relatively pleased with. I've got to do something about this little blink at the end. I'm not sure quite how to get that. I'd like to minimize that as much as I can. I think it's a duration issue. It's like if I shorten it up. Can I? Oh, wait, hold on. I can simulate this much slower, so I can at least... Oh, no, you're emitting at the same speed, you dickhead. Okay, well, that's not going to help me. I just want to look at it slower. Can you please slow down for me? So it's like, is it right before the next appears that we're... What if I just had it... Okay, so they don't really line up regardless. Alright, maybe instead, what if we do a color over lifetime and we can just... What is happening here? No, we don't need the color change. No color change, we just want... Can I fade it out a little cleaner? That is so still not clean. Why are you like that? What is happening? There's no... Oh! I know why it's not fading out at all, because that's not the right kind of material for that. I need you to... Not a cutout. I need... transparent, I guess? That ought to work. I could do additive, but that's gonna... Maybe I need to do additive, actually. There we go. Now we fade out properly. Ish. Not perfectly. So what if I... How's that look? Is that a little better? Fades out. And then re-rolls. Yeah, I think that's okay. So then if we rotate that. Excellent. That does kind of exactly as we'd hoped. Now I need to duplicate this. Duplicate. And then this color, we want to make her yellow, which we have here. Copy. Okay. And here. Bam. Okay, so now we've got her other two colors involved, which is good, because I had nowhere else to put them. Oh, you know what I could do, actually? Why don't I just rotate these so that the transition point is behind... Oh, not that one. That's not what I wanted to rotate. This is what I want to rotate. There we go. I mean, it's essentially the same yellow. Well, I guess whatever you would call this color, I think this is approximately matching this one. They're a little faded just because of the fact that they are not pure solid. Like they are a additive. They're transparent, so to speak. I would like that to move slightly slower. Let me make this 0.5. If I cut down... Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Okay, so we want this... Cut that in half. Honestly, we might need to cut those down anyway. And then I want... let's see, this goes up to 12. Rotate speed goes to 5. Or, well, not 5, 0.5. 12. Negative 0.5, not 0.2, 0.5. Let me add the particle system, and this one is no renderer. Just so we can run them simultaneously. And that's doing the trick. Oh, I know why you're seeing orange. No, there's a reason you saw orange. So if I have the very specific particle set selected, Unity outlines it in orange. That's why you're seeing orange. I tune it out so often that I forget that that's a thing. You can see in the background how it highlights it through objects. That's a Unity thing, just showing the selection. Yeah. I just realized why you're seeing orange. Because you can see here, when we have the parent selected, there's no orange highlight. It's just the yellow and teal. I wish I could get those to, like, shift this way, as well as, like, rotating around, but rather just rotate the whole set up and down, but I don't think I can do that. Hold on, what if we do that with the parent? Okay, so if we select the parent here, and if we give this one, no, that's not gonna... Oh, right. Another thing that I was going to do. Okay, hold on. We want to add a start rotation. And then we can add a rotation over time. Wait. There's a better way to do this. Hold on. Flip rotation. Is this a probability? Yeah. 5. There we go. Yeah, now we've got rolling dice. And the dice pips are at least close enough to the correct locations that it's like, it's not jumping out that I did it by hand. And that's good enough for me. All right, you know what? I am pretty happy about that, actually. Way to go, Bay. I'm not 100% convinced on the ears, to be honest. They're not a perfect match, but I kind of like them anyway. I don't know if I want to change them at all, because I kind of like the way they ended up looking, even though I don't think they're, like, perfect. I kind of wonder if I, like, rotate them ever so slightly. That might kind of help give them a bit of character. You know what? I think that's pretty recognizable. It's pretty good. And I'll take it. It only took me 4 hours and 15 minutes. Way longer than it should. Every damn time. Oh well. Alright. But that's fine. That's an accomplished day of streaming. We are back, baby, and back on schedule. So that's all of Hollow Promise done in fan-bits. I'm thrilled. I have to go and freaking make some videos of the little comparison guys for those to put onto Twitter and shit. I don't tweet often, but if I have something to add to, like, a fan tag for a bigger streamer, you better believe I'm gonna tweet that shit, because I will take any attempt at actually getting the channel some traffic as I can. So off it's gonna go. I actually have to get Bay, Mume, and what was the other? Iris. All three of those I need to get recorded up and put up, unfortunately. But I don't know. I think tomorrow might be the offline stream work day where I start digging around for sound alert files and try to get these recordings done and edit it up so that I can post them up. And I've got to do one for all 5 of them now that I've got the whole collection. I'll have to freaking figure out how to, I don't know, do something with them. Whatever. So yeah, we got those, and that's that. So it's good to be back from vacation, though vacation was also quite nice. It is good to be back streaming and doing things. But thanks everybody for coming. It's been fun. Always good to chat with you all. We had a surprisingly strange tour of random people today. Thanks everybody who's new and stopped by, especially anybody that actually stayed. Less thank you to the goobers that stop by and are just irritating. You know who you are. But yeah, next plan, Saturday. Saturday is Cursed Halo. Assuming I can make it work. I don't think it should be a problem. Lots of people make it work, but I'll figure it out. I gotta figure it out. I just installed it today. Hey, Luke stuck around. Thanks, man. Always love a new visitor. Yeah, Saturday will be something different. I'll be back to playing games. I'll be playing Cursed Halo, so that should be fun. I again, don't really know all of what to expect. I've only heard about it. Phantom pointed it out to me, and then I saw somebody playing it, and they had a bent shotgun. That was funny, so off we go to give it a try ourselves. That'll be Saturday. Probably will take a couple, 2-3 streams to get through it. I don't think it'll be a one-stream dealio like some other games, but it'll be fun. That'll be next week. Well, Saturday and then next week. Thanks all for coming. I hope you all have a good end of week. I can remember what day it is now. Everybody have a good Friday. Hope you all don't have to work too hard, and then I will see you on Saturday. All right, everybody. Bye.
Initiating goodnight sequence. Dispersing appropriate dosage of a compound 347. Initiating phase 1 of memory calibration. This won't hurt a bit. Just close your eyes.